guy?
And find something you're passionate about besides Ziggy.
Hey guys, and yes, you are right. Flip flop. I was digging up some more dirt. I don't know, not really on Lawson, but related. So, how's everybody doing? Sorry I'm on so late, but I have been researching this whole time. One second. Hey, Carrie, Lady CG, Tits McGee, Breeze, pulling eyelashes. No makeup on right now. Mama 2, Roswell. Cordially invited to our Halloween party live tomorrow, starting at 6:30 p.m. We're having a costume contest and gift card prizes, tarot cards, a spirit box, and more. Oh, sounds fun. Sounds like Circle Jerk is the place to be tomorrow. Hey, innocent until proven guilty. Where was Brandon Lawson June 15th, 2021, and where is he now? In jail or not? Yeah, I was watching Angel talks too fast, and it looks like she was able to obtain all the paperwork, and she called TBI, I think. She called TBI, and they told her it was a Did they say I couldn't understand exactly what she was saying, because I couldn't watch the whole thing, but was she saying that TBI told her that it was an a accident, that they put him as a violent offender? Does anybody know? She used to talk really fast, but she she's much she's slowed down since she started YouTube, and I think become more comfortable with it. But I was listening to her live, and she was right on. Like, everything she was saying is exactly, I mean, from what I heard. Let's see. Where's my what the hell? Oh, that was Circle Jerks. I forgot. I had them. Hmm. Wow. So now they're gonna like change their minds about him being on the violent offender registry. I was trying to figure that all out. It didn't make sense to me. There's a lot that doesn't make sense about this whole document here, and that was done incorrectly. And attempted aggravated sexual battery. Look up, how do you attempt? Okay, first of all, aggravated sexual battery, criminal offense or conviction offense, Tennessee. What is that? Tennessee Code let's look it up. I don't know what the TCA stands for, but conviction offense 39-504 or 39-13-504. I just want to look real quick while we're waiting for people to get in here, because okay. See how they have down here too, standard. From what I hear, is like you check standard if they've never had a conviction or been in trouble before, is what I hear. But what's this 40-35501? Or this one right here, 39-13518. I need to look up what these are. I have a feeling that, I don't know, for some reason I have a feeling he's supposed to be doing 100%. I don't understand his charges, because it says aggravated sexual battery is unlawful sexual contact with a victim by the defendant or the defendant by a victim accompanied by any of the following circumstances. 1, force or coercion is used to accomplish the act, and the defendant is armed with a weapon or any article used or fashioned in a manner to lead the victim reasonably to believe it was a weapon. 2, the defendant causes bodily injury to the victim. 3, the defendant is aided or abetted by one or more other persons, and force or coercion is used to accomplish an attack. Or the defendant knows or has a reason to know the victim is mentally defective, mentally incapacitated, or physically helpless. Or if the victim is less than 13 years of age. So which one are you trying to tell me he attempted to do? Which are they trying to say he attempted to commit? Hold on, look. This is the code that they have stated. Title 39, which is criminal offenses. Chapter 13, offenses against person. Part 5, sexual offenses. And then 504, I guess 504 is aggravated sexual battery. He got attempted, okay? And in order for him to be charged with this charge, he has to fall underneath, it has to make sense, like for his crime. Like, and if you were the only, this is not like the lesser, or whatever they were trying to call it, the lesser charge of aggravated sexual battery. It'd probably be like sexual battery, right? How do you change it to attempted sexual battery? You would think it would drop down to sexual battery before it would drop down to attempted aggravated sexual battery. Oh, you're welcome, Elizabeth. Hey, Blue Eyes. Yeah, but it's not legal is what I'm saying. Liplock, you can't just, you have to, even if your charge gets dropped, it has to make sense. Like he had to have attempted one of these things. It doesn't make sense. Like, you know how people's murder charges like will get changed from first degree to second degree, or maybe they might get a felony theft dropped to a misdemeanor. This is not how it works, like, at all. Actually, I was looking into a case that had to be done all over again. It was a Rogersville police officer. At the moment, can't remember his name. His name was, I think his first name was George, or I don't know. He got a DUI, and they dropped it at first for technicality with the warrant. So his DUI like was completely dropped, and then the district attorney charged him again, and finally, just recently in 2022, from a 2016 DUI, he's just now paying his debt to society for it. And actually, at the time, I think it was Nelson. Was it Gibson? I don't know. They were considering letting him back on the police force, is all I know at the time. So basically, if he hasn't attempted of this, so he had to have aggravated sexual so it has to be one of these, or one of them, or it can be more than one. Okay, so at least one of these has to be what he attempted. Aggravated sexual battery is unlawful sexual contact with a victim by the defendant or the defendant by a victim, accompanied by any of the following circumstances. So either 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1, force or coercion is used to accomplish the act, and the defendant is armed with a weapon. It says and, okay, so that means both, is armed with a weapon, or that means either any article used or fashioned in a manner to lead the victim reasonably to believe it was a weapon. So basically, he would have had to have attempted, because on both, well, it could be this or a combination of, if this was the reason why or what they're saying he attempted, then he had to have had a weapon, or the victim had to have thought he had a weapon. And since there's several counts on it, that means that it happened multiple times. Okay, so it could be that, or it could be the defendant causes bodily injury to the victim. So or it could be he attempted to cause bodily injury to the victim during the completion of a sexual act. Or 3, the defendant is aided or abetted by one or more other persons. And either A, force or coercion is used to accomplish the act. Or B, the defendant knows or has a reason to know the victim is mentally defective, mentally incapacitated, or physically helpless. Or the last and final option, the victim is less than 13 years of age. Less than 13 years of age, so that would mean the very oldest the victim could have been is 12. So the only one that I see that could possibly be, I guess, is number 3. The defendant is aided or abetted by one or more persons and force or coercion is like coercion. Like she could have been coerced into it. But then wouldn't somebody else get charges too? Or does he know or have a reason to know the victim is, I don't think that to be labeled mentally defective, incapacitated, or physically helpless, I don't think that she would be labeled that. So I don't get this. I wish they would come out and explain. Don Wells in Alabama. His tie is in Arkansas, isn't it? Hey, Rennie. Who can't see you? Innocent until proven guilty. I said, thank you for the birthday wishes. I can see her, but she can't see me for some reason. So innocent until proven guilty. Brach is trying to tell you thank you for the birthday wishes. She says she can't see you. So maybe check your block settings. Innocent didn't used to like me very much. So maybe some people got banned, or maybe she or he blocked some people back in the day. Didn't he say to her that he would tell people about nude photos or something like that? That's coercion. Okay. But it's saying the defendant is aided or abetted by one or more other persons and coercion is used. So I wonder who was Brandon. I mean, we know he was aided, like to enabled, but nobody else got charges. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm like really even looking into it. I know it's completely done. Or I don't know why I'm like dissecting this, because it wasn't done correctly. I guess I keep mentioning it just in hopes that somebody will, I don't know, will stick. But standard. Okay, let's look up real quick. What is a standard so how would you put this? Standard release eligibility, or let's see. Release eligibility for felony offense. Okay, what is a standard release eligibility for felony offense? What is a standard release eligibility for felony arrest? And I just spelled that wrong. Oh, thank you, Dusty. Thank you so much. Yay. Okay. Release eligibility for, okay, let's look here. Release eligibility status calculations. Criminal procedure of the Tennessee Code. This is 2010 though. A felony sentence to the Department of Correction or to a local jail or workhouse shall be served according to this chapter. An inmate shall not be eligible for parole until reaching the inmate's release eligibility date, provided that nothing in this section shall be construed as prohibiting the offender, in the discretion of the commissioner or sheriff, from participating in work crews that are under direct guard supervision. Provided that nothing in this section shall be construed as prohibiting the offender from participating in work crews that are under direct guard supervision. Okay, don't really quite understand that, but except for inmates who receive sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, only inmates with felony sentences of more than 2 years or consecutive felony sentence equaling a term greater than 2 years shall be eligible for parole consideration. Wait. He doesn't even have 2 years. I know it's not parole, but they didn't send him to freaking prison. What's that supposed to mean? Except for, okay, so how, I wonder how this, Angel, if you're watching this, and explain, if you know anything about this, explain it. Because we need to look into that whole 30% deal that they're trying to give them. I don't think that that's acceptable. The sentence is not acceptable as it is, but what did Tits McGee say? Did you see Angel talk that his charges are from a minor, but he isn't a minor? They said it will be corrected in 24 hours. Oh, is that what she called TBI about? So really, so are they going to up his charges? So they put him in the system as a juvenile offender? You've got to be kidding me. I thought that that meant that the victim was a juvenile. I didn't know that juvenile offender, that when it said that. So you're telling, I thought they, so is the violent offender thing going to stay? Does that change? Wow. So many freaking tricky things going on. They're really trying, aren't they? They're really trying to get this guy out of this. I bet he's freaking shaking in his fucking jail cell right now, if he's even in a jail. Then that whole time served thing, we're going to get to that too. Angel brought up a good point. How can you do time served when you haven't even done any time? Hmm. Watch. They'll probably try to say, oh, he was on house arrest or something. And he violated it. I don't know. Who knows how they would say this. I can't even think how he could get. Did they send him to a program? Are they going to try to say that he sent him to some kind of rehabilitation program and he completed it? Who does Ronnie know who's in the drug court? Or he knows, I'm sure, plenty of people that would say that Brandon completed a freaking class. Because if you do those type of classes, or if they have like an inpatient or a day treatment type thing, they count it as jail time. You get 2 for 1. Yeah. Why doesn't that happen anymore? Oh, wait. Let me scroll back and see what you're talking about. Oh, thank you, Sheba. Chemical castration. They did. They put him in a special. He's probably in a cell by himself or some other, kind of higher profile inmate or something. So here it says, this doesn't make sense. Okay, so we're reading about those documents that the judgment documents or whatever they're called. And under release eligibility for felony offense, they have all these different percentages you can click for or can check. And they checked standard at 30%. Well, we're reading about that because I don't think he's eligible for 30%. That just does not sound right to me, but so now I don't trust him at all. So I think everything's like all jacked up. So 40, 35, 501 is that? Okay, it says 501U. What's that mean? I'm going to get back to that in a second. I want to look for U. It doesn't even look like it. Doesn't look like there's a U on here. Might have been added, though. This might be I wonder if there's a newer version of this. It's Arizona. I know that's not gonna. Release eligibility. Okay, Tennessee release eligibility. I keep spelling it wrong. Oops. Tennessee release eligibility for felony offense. Offenders with felony offenses of at least 1 year, but not more than 2 years, are eligible for determinate release probation. To qualify, offenders must have served at least 30% of their sentence. Prior to being released, state law requires the district attorney, sheriff, and warden of the prison where the offender is held to be notified that the offender is eligible for release. If there are objections to the offender's release, an objection petition must be filed with the sentencing court. According to Tennessee Code, annotated 4035, offenders with felony sentence of at least 1 year, but not more than 2 years. Determinate release is a special type of probation. Offenders are subject to follow the rules and conditions established on their determinate release certificate. The Department of Correction issues all determinate release certificates. a release to probation granted by statute that applies to all felons sentenced to 2 years and under. The determination of eligibility for such probation is based solely upon the length of sentence as opposed by the sentencing court. So that's why they wanted to keep it at 30%, huh? Or at 1 year. So you could get 30%. Or it says under 2 years. 2 years and under. Maybe I'm going off their genitals, yeah. Class X sentences. What's that mean? Let's see. Yeah, so so they did make him submit DNA supposedly. Lease checklist. Review Judge Mortar's revocations, detainers, and FileNet and compare to ensure entry on OMS. There. All right, well, I was just... I guess he is. I mean, I guess they do allow 30%. It says for all crimes. So eligibility, release eligibility. So as felony in Tennessee, or wait, is sex felony in Tennessee eligible for what's it called? Release. I keep eligible. Release. I keep spelling this all wrong. I keep. Individuals who have been convicted of an offense that is classified as a sexual offense may be eligible for removal either 10 years after completing their sentence or after being registered in Tennessee for at least 5 years, whichever is the later date. Individuals convicted of a sexual offense that is classified as violent are generally not eligible for removal from the Tennessee Sex Offender Registry. Violent sex crimes include rape, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated sexual battery, and solicitation, among others. In addition, offenders with 2 or more sex crime convictions are also not eligible for removal. Once you are eligible for termination of the registration requirements, you will not be automatically removed from the sex offender registry in Tennessee. In most situations, sex offender registry removal may be done by filing a written request for termination of registration requirements with the sex offender registry. A knowledgeable sex crimes attorney can assist you by notifying the proper authority on your behalf and providing any proof or supporting documentation needed to process your request for removal. So now that he's not going to be labeled, I don't get it. The only thing that could be possible is that he's an offender with 2 or more sex crimes, because he didn't commit. He's never been convicted of any of these. He's been convicted of attempted. How long somewhat? That's a long time. Aggravated. Did I not put Tennessee? I don't know. Well, I guess we can move on. I know, right? Hair curlers and crime, I agree. Well, thank you, Carrie. Good night, Carrie. No, we don't know absolute certain he's locked up for 20 hours, 24 hours a day, because this whole time served thing. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. They're very vague on on this document. It is purposely. Nobody else gets that type of courtesy. And I have a feeling here that one of these victims got screwed, like as they did not get considered at all, I don't think. And I don't know. I don't know this for a fact, but gosh, I hope they're pissed about this, because I would not be okay with this sentence. That means, because from what Angel showed, one charge is from one victim, and the rest of the charges are the other victim. And that's, from what I hear, that is correct. So basically, it's looking like the 1 year, wasn't it given to the victim with just the one charge, right? Let me see if I could find here where it. Does drug recovery court? I don't see anything because hey, dazed and confused. The defendant, having been found guilty, is rendered infamous in order to provide a biological specimen for purpose of DNA. Defendant is sentenced to community supervision for life following sentence expiration. Pursuant to 39-13-524. 39-13. That's going to change. If they're trying to say that. Oh, no. It's 30% of the 1 year in jail. Because the rest of the time is not served. You don't get a time cut off your sentence when you're on probation. It's day for day on probation. The only time you get a time cut is if you're in jail or a facility. So it says, in addition to punishment authorized by a specific statute prohibiting the conduct, a person shall receive a sentence of community supervision for life who, on or after July 1st, 1996, commits a violation of 39-13-502, which what was his charge again? It's not even, okay, it's 39-13-504. But that's not even correct because his was attempted. So I don't even know. But there it is, right here, commits a violation of 39-13-504. The judgment of conviction for all persons to whom subsection A applies shall include that the person is sentenced to community supervision for life. Person on community supervision shall be under the jurisdiction, supervision, and control of the Department of Correction in the same manner as a person under parole supervision. The department is authorized on an individual basis to establish such conditions of community supervision as are necessary to protect the public from the persons committing a new sex offense, as well as promoting the rehabilitation of the person. I don't know. It's confusing because 3913 or 39-13-504 is not attempted. Right, Tits McGee? Wait, what? Hair curlers? Are you serious? Which box are you? Let's see if I can turn up the resolution. I'm surprised they even put him on supervised probation, even though he probably won't even be supervised, really. Oh, wow. I don't know how to say your name. Um, HIV testing. I'm trying to see what you're talking about. I did see where it said. So he retained counsel. How was he able to retain counsel if he didn't know he was in trouble? I mean, I don't understand. The, wait, this here says pled guilty. I thought is what he did consider a plea of guilty? It's only for aggravated essay. There is no such law citing attempted essay. Exact. I mean, I don't understand, but right, they said Alfred plea. So, but they have checked here a plea of guilty. So I'm wondering, I thought I read somewhere it's one of these Noel. Let me look this up. Because it says that they assert their innocence, so he's not going to plead guilty. Is a form of nolo contender. They didn't even check the right box. What the hell? It says Alfred guilty plea is a form of nolo contender, where the defendant in the case states no contest to the factual matter of the case as given in the charges outlined by the prosecution. I knew that couldn't have been right. Why would they have pled guilty? All this stuff is so messed up on here. It's not even correct. They didn't even check the right freaking box. I was going to say, I knew that Alfred plea is stating, I mean, because we've heard that 20 million times, that it's not an admission of guilt. I was like, so how could he plead guilty? This is just another contradiction on this document that is incorrect. Why did they check a plea of guilty instead of no low contender or whatever? Do you think that if they put plead no low, that his you can't. Okay, well, let me see if there's a way I can. Plea of guilty or non-com. Okay, let's see here what this says. That's not the rate. For plea, it's a guilty plea in criminal court where, so I guess it is considered, it would be. It says right that it's a type of no contest. I mean, I looked up Alfred plea, and one of the articles is that comes up is it's mentioned all constantly, no low contender. Let me see here. The case for no low contender. Judge says, "Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?" The client says, "Well, actually, no. I don't think I'm guilty." But the judge said, "Would you like to recess so you can explain to your client the risk of too much candor with the," whatever that means. When a defendant enters in no low plea, he is required to admit his guilt, but the range of possible sentences he will face at sentencing is exactly the same as if he had admitted his guilt. Or he's not required to admit his guilt. The no low plea has been in and out of the shadows of American legal system for a long time, but rarely, if ever, has it been analyzed by courts or legislators. This article will try to fill that void. Based on that analysis, In my own professional experience, the conclusion I have drawn is that the no-low plea should be available as a right to criminal defendants. Let me see. Where's it? Let me find Alfred in this document, though. It sounds similar. It sounds the same, though. It's like when you... How would it... So how is it different? When you enter a Alfred plea, you essentially accept the court has adequate evidence. To convict you at this time but maintain your innocence. And the Alfred plea can sometimes have different implications than the no contest plea. Which option works better for your situation will vary drastically depending on the number of circumstances. No low contender plea is essentially a guilty plea in the eyes of the court. You still face penalties and it will have a criminal conviction on your permanent record. However, such plea can be particularly beneficial for those who worry about the implications of a potential civil suit related to the same circumstance. Oh, that makes sense. In case he's sued later, he doesn't want to say he's guilty. Tennessee does allow for the use of the Alfred plea, although not specifically enshrined in state law the way the no-low contender plea is. The Alfred plea also remains an option. The plea gets its name from a Supreme Court case that affirmed the constitutionality of this specific form of plea. When you enter an Alfred plea, you essentially accept that the court has adequate evidence to convict you at this time, but maintain your evidence. The Alfred plea can sometimes have different implications than the no... Well, we already read that part. Okay. Yeah, it's true. That is true. Bar for a civil suit is much lower. And then the bar for to get like a protective order is even lower. There's like 3 levels of, it's like beyond a reasonable doubt is for like a criminal case. For a civil case, it's what, by preponderance or without, something about preponderance. And there's like 3 levels. You just have to, for like a protective order, you don't have to show much proof, really. I mean, you have to prove it, but it's like the lowest level, and then it goes up to, criminal. Okay, let's move on to the stuff I was going to talk about. Because I can look in this stuff later. I mean, basically all I'm doing right now is still researching. I'm not even showing you guys the stuff that I have found, because I have found more. And also I've had, am I stuck? Shit. Okay. Thought I lost you guys for a second. Why won't let me? Okay. Here, I'll do this. Oh. Yeah, and they don't admit guilt with the Alfred plea either. But that makes sense. It does make sense for a civil suit. That way they can, because if you plead guilty and then you have a civil suit later, the judge is going to be like, well, you pled guilty for this. You admitted your fault. Well, Your Honor, I wanted to, well, it says right here, that's what happens. When you plea, you are guilty. You can't go back and say, well, I was just kidding. Okay, so you remember how I mentioned that Roger Stewart, the big business tycoon in Rogersville, shady business guy, sold Brandon and his wife their house. Okay, so a former Rogersville cop, James Hammond, states he was fired due to false allegations by this Roger Stewart. We watched that yesterday, and this is like really, really interesting. We'll just watch a second of it and move on because we went over this yesterday. I'll share the link. This is here. I think it's from Times News, YouTube. But it's at like, this is craziness. This guy here is a Rogersville police officer, and he claims he was fired because basically Roger Stewart wanted him fired and kept bugging the Rogersville Police Department. And so Doug Nelson, I think he mentions Doug Nelson, which is another one we're going to talk about today, who is, add him on your list of no goods, allegedly. Add him to the list of, along with Dan Armstrong. Verdict's still out on Cecil Mills, but I'm trying to give Cecil Mills the benefit of the doubt, and the judge the benefit of the doubt so far. But Dan Armstrong gets no benefit of the doubt. Either does Roger Stewart doesn't, because, I mean, it's obvious there's no more benefit of doubt left. So Roger Stewart, Ronnie Lawson, Doug Nelson, Jim Sells, he mentions also in this, he mentions Jim Sells and Nelson, and he's right on. He is right on. It's crazy.
When asked what that meant, Chief Nelson stated Roger wouldn't quit calling.
Hold on, let me actually, we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to mute so you guys can hear. Well, you guys couldn't hear it? Dang it. Okay. Well, this one's important too. I want other people sharing this. Okay, I'll fix it. Dag nabbit. We'll open it on YouTube. Okay.
When asked what that meant, Chief Nelson stated Roger wouldn't quit calling. He was referring, of course, to Roger Stewart. At no point was I allowed to express my side of things or a defense of my job. I honestly did not know why I was being fired, but have since realized I was because of Roger Stewart holds a personal grudge against me and has nothing to do with my job performance. At the conclusion of this meeting, Chief Nelson then demanded my service weapon. I have been fired because of false allegations involving Roger Stewart's wife, which had nothing to do with my employment. Mr. Stewart and his cronies have caused damage to my career without benefit of a fair investigation. I will put my credibility in good standing next to Roger Stewart's without hesitation. Perhaps that's why I was denied an opportunity to tell my side, the honest side, in short, the truth. I realize that Mr. Lyons and Chief Nelson conduct personal business with each other. I also realize that Roger Stewart does business with Mr. Lyons, Doug Nelson, and William Phillips through his work at Citizens Bank. I further understand that Roger Stewart may have retained Mr. Phillips or his law firm to represent him in a vehicular homicide charge he now faces. Please know that after my termination, Chief Nelson called me and asked to come by my residence. When he arrived, he told me it would look better on me if I would resign instead of being terminated. I refused. He then threatened to bring false charges against me if I exposed anything I knew on him. I was told that Mr. Phillips would assist in making good on this threat. Mayor Sells knows that I did not support him in his re-election bid in 2013. He cautioned me about ending up on the wrong side of the political fence when the election is over. I never campaigned against Mr. Sells or for his opponent during work hours. Mayor Sells has a personal and political connections with Roger Stewart. That, coupled with his personal dislike for me not supporting him during his re-election campaign, contributed to my unjust termination for so-called due cause, whatever that means. I was fired for purely political reasons relating to both the city election of 2013 and the town's loyalty to Roger Stewart, which has cost me both my job and my right to appeal the appeal of the firing according to the town of Rogersville's personnel policy handbook. The Rogersville city government should not act as if it is somehow beholden to Roger Stewart. Instead, we're beholden to the tax-paying citizens of the town of Rogersville. I most respectfully request that the will of the citizens of the town of Rogersville, through you, their elected representatives, be carried out immediately, returning me to my job. Your constituents will strongly agree with this proposed action. Thank you, and may God bless.
In all likelihood, file suit in United States District Court because of this.
What would be the grounds?
Violation of due process, wrongful termination. Well, Bill Lyons, I have a transcript to show this, said that he would follow the handbook of the town of Rogersville, and then he was willfully cast it aside and did whatever he wanted to. Mr. Lyons approved the firing, and then he was in charge of deciding whether that approval should be upheld or not. Guess what? He upheld his own decision. So the primary problem is the firing. Roger Stewart has apparently nominated himself the most powerful man in Hawkins County, the most powerful man in Rogersville, and apparently this town council does whatever he wants. When you were fired, what was said to you?
Roger wouldn't quit calling.
Roger wouldn't quit calling.
Well, for the record, James, is there any truth to the allegation that you and Mr. Stewart's wife had an affair?
No, there's no truth to it, and there was no investigation.
Where did this allegation come from?
From Mr. Stewart over some fraud that I'm going to be having investigated that he's done on a land deal.
So he used it as leverage against you?
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, you know Mr. Stewart is under indictment presently for vehicular homicide.
So let's talk to that attorney. Who was that attorney? Let's find that attorney. Do we know? I know I've been trying to get a hold of Officer Hammonds. I don't know if he's officer now, but I don't think ever attained his job back. Paul Wetstone.
Tennessee is an at-will employment state, and anyone can be dismissed for any reason or not. Doesn't take a reason. But our personnel policy provides that we have a grievance policy, and so.
Okay. So his attorney, I want to get a hold of this guy. Maybe Paul Whetstone would be down for an interview. He probably wouldn't be afraid to speak. He'd probably be more willing to speak than James Hammonds. But isn't it weird that this was from 2013, almost 10 years ago, when we have James Hammonds claiming he was fired because of, at the suggestion of Roger Stewart. Because he was going to expose him for his fraud that I've been showing you guys. What did Liza say? Dag Nabbit is one I've never said. I was going to joke about it, but I had no effing clue how to even spell it. Thanks. Dag Nabbit. It's just a funny little saying. Like shucks. By golly. Jiminy Cricket. Stuff like that. I can't think of it anymore. But it's just funny. Kind of like oopsie daisy, or people think I'm being serious sometimes too, and it's funny. Oops, no, we don't want that. Okay. So we just talked about this guy. This guy was in that video, Jim Sells. He's like a powerful guy in Rogersville area. You want to know something really interesting that I found out? Another coinky dink. He has won 12 elections in a row unopposed. I can't make this up. He has won 12 elections in a row unopposed. That sounds like Ronnie Lawson. Ronnie Lawson has had the similar situation. Then I heard, look into, I think it was the mayor of Sullivan? Or no, the sheriff of Sullivan. The sheriff of Sullivan is another one to look into, because I guess he's won supposedly he's been a sheriff forever. I don't know. I have to look into it. Because I like to stay up at night. Yep. I made a video for you and Cam about Roger Stewart and Brandon Lawson in real estate. You can go play. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I had a really good conversation with Cam, because I watched his video because you guys were suggesting I watch it. People kept saying I need to watch it. So I did, and I was like, oh my God. I didn't even finish it. Like, I had to hurry and text him and be like, I need to talk to you pronto. And I've never, I mean, it's not like we text or anything often. We're not like buddies or anything, but I've never texted them like that and said something like that. But I could tell in their voice, Ali and Cam's voice, that they really believed that there is some type of like corruption, and I could tell that they know things. And I just wanted to like be like, oh my God, thank God. Thank God. Because I figured that they knew some things that I also knew. And, you know, it's pretty, I have made people, you know, promises, several, that won't say any, I have to be really careful because people are really scared. And Cam is getting the same thing. He said he's getting the same response, that the people that he's talking to are like scared to death. Oh, really? Hair curls and crime. Awesome. Okay, well, let's go check it out. Okay, so what I wanted to, basically what I told you, okay, Jim Sells, very, very powerful man. He is definitely up there on the level of Roger Stewart and Dan Armstrong as far as how deep he is in this. Okay, there's some people in this who are like the stragglers or the tag-alongs. Jim Sells, I would say, allegedly. Jim Sells and Dan Armstrong, Roger Stewart. Oh, probably even what's that one we were just talking about? The one that starts with an N. Officer New, what's his name? Newton or something? Can't keep them all straight, but that guy too. He's the other ones, like Ronnie Lawson is not quite their level. At first, it seems like, oh, it's all Ronnie Lawson. But see, this is stuff that's been going on before Ronnie Lawson. It's not just this Brandon situation. That is what got us our attention on it. Let's see. Okay, so he's a funeral director at Christian Cells. Okay, so that means he is also. So he's on the board of directors of Christian Cells, also. So he's basically like part owner of it. Has business dealings with Roger Stewart Sr. Officer Hammonds from Rogersville Police Department accused Jim Sells of unfairly siding with Stewart, firing or having him fired for having, Roger was accusing him of having an affair with his wife. Roger Stewart's wife was 30 years his junior. Not that I agree with an affair, no matter the age difference, but it is important to know. Okay, so why did I write down, okay, Paul Whetstone. I need to start writing more than just names. Is attorney for James Hammonds. Officer. Okay. All right, so we can, okay. And then let's look up that video that she said, hair curlers and crime. So are you talking about this? This is going to be hair flip fast. This is going to be, are you, okay. So the last video you did, this is bigger than trafficking, bigger than corruption at its core. I'm sure it's very demonic or satanic cult type thing, for lack of a better term. Well, hey, that has came up, Danny, actually. 1 second. Don't let, I want to comment on that, but I don't want to lose my spot. Okay, because I have too many tabs open. It's hard to keep track. So that is something that has come up, actually, and I don't think I've actually brought that up yet. The satanic aspect of this, which is creepy. Oh gosh. God, please just protect me. Seriously, don't let any of this evilness come on to me. Holy moly. I don't like to talk about that stuff. It's like gives me that's why I don't ghost hunt and stuff like anymore. Anyways, it has came up. Satanism has come up and been talked about with Jody Sue, especially. And also, I mean, there is possible, like, it's very likely a lot of these people, or all of them, are in some kind of organization. Like that, like they're a Mason, or I think that's definitely possible. I'm definitely seeing that from and hearing from people. And I know it sounds crazy, but this, I mean, gosh, a lot of this stuff sounds crazy, but I'm told that allegedly Jody Sue practices Satanism, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I am worried. You'll tell me a little story. Are you wanting to come up for a second, Danny? Hey, Jen. Don't call themselves Satanists. It's just who are described as terms of the rest of us. Oh. I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm like torn because I want to hear your story, but at the same time, I want to see this video. So I'm like, dang it. Which one? I mean, I'm going to do both, but. All right. We'll go ahead and watch this. Oh, it's only 36 seconds? Oh, this is only 36 seconds, so hold on, let me send this link to, I guess you can go ahead and come up, because it's what do I have your phone number under? Okay. All right, let's see. This is, I'll share the link. It's hair curlers and crime.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky.
Oh, that music's, I like that song. I think I have that in my little presentation, but did I show it yesterday? Maybe I didn't show it yesterday. I thought I already showed you guys. I have that. Yeah, I found that. That was one of the new things I showed yesterday, I believe. That exact thing. You're right. He is the owner of that registered sex offender in that video. Let's see. Roger Stewart is the seller. Well, he owns this guy's house right here, Eric Hoffmeyer, who is a registered sex offender. Okay, I didn't know that Roger Stewart lived right here in middle of them, though. So that's definitely something new. So I might. What address? Bass Lane. Is that where he's currently at on Bass Lane? He owns like a lot of homes. And that one across Burham Church is his as well. He has a couple churches like surrounding Burham, and but Brandon got his house off Roger. Both Brandon and Eric Hoffmeyer are sexual offenders. So it is kind of, yeah, I'm just keep finding things like that. So good find. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm doing, is digging into things like she's doing, where you're looking up like addresses that Roger Stewart owns and who lives there and if they're sex offenders. So I started also, once I found this out, today I did look a little bit into sex offenders and see if I can find any other sex offenders that live in one of his houses. I don't think I found any more. I mean, I did find more Roger Stewart connections. I mean, this is going to go on and on forever. It's never ending. What does Dynamite? I wish I was watching real time so I could explain the Alfred Plea to you. I'm assuming you figured it out. Yeah. No, I get the Alfred Plea. I definitely understand it. That's not... There is a connection with the Alfred Plea, though, too, and these people, which is so strange. Go find any case with any of these people, like, surrounding Lawson, or so anybody just who's been in trouble, like Roger, for instance. Roger Stewart, he did the Alfred Plea. Brandon Lawson did the Alfred Plea. And I found another one who did... Gary Simpson did the Alfred Plea from the Carly Trent case. I thought this was a rare thing. Why does it seem like every person surrounding this situation all took are all doing Alfred pleas. I don't know. Have you seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut? I think I have, but it's been a long time ago, right? Oh, I love it. I like that song too. But yeah, and that is exactly what I'm looking for, because I want to show people how these people are all connected, and how you visually do it. That's good too, because like you showed that Roger's house is like right smack dab in the middle of these two sex offenders, but he owns those houses too, or he did own them. So I mean, I guess it's not that weird, but obviously he doesn't. I don't know that sex offender's crime. I didn't look into it too much, but so I was about to say, obviously he doesn't care about running to sex offenders, but I don't know I don't know what his crime is, so I shouldn't judge quite yet. The victims can't die. I think they can try their victim. Right? Because we were just talking about that. They just can't say. But then what it leaves them the opportunity, and Alfred Plea leaves them the opportunity, if they get taken to civil court, they could say, well, I never admitted guilt. Yeah, I got charged or I got convicted of it, but I took an Alfred plea. I didn't admit guilt. Danny, did you get the Tony Hammonds? Tony Hammonds. Who's Tony Hammonds? Oh my gosh. And how's he related to James Hammonds? Tony Hammonds. This is the thing I was going to show on Gary Simpson. Hawkins County judge sentenced Gary Simpson to 25 years in prison on Monday after he pleaded guilty to kidnapping and sexually assaulting his niece, then 9-year-old Carly Trent, last May. According to Circuit Court Clerk Randall Collier, Simpson entered an Alfred plea, a guilty plea that doesn't admit wrongdoing but concedes the prosecution has enough evidence to prove the charges for aggravated kidnapping and aggravated sexual battery. I know somebody else say aggravated sexual battery too. But, there's was attempted. Let's see. Has she trying to, she might have been trying to get up and I didn't have my volume up. Oh, there she is. There you are.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey. Okay. Oh, that's who said that? Jen Hoffa said that somebody knowledgeable said that they couldn't sue them. Oh, I don't know. We were just reading about that, and it said, it looked like they could. They just can't use the criminal case against them, like Danny was saying. So it basically gives them more chance that they can get out of a civil suit.
Yeah, it's just a submission of charges saying like, okay, so it's in my best interest to just take this deal for whatever reason, which could be, avoiding a public trial and scandal, or perhaps they're offering you like the DA is offering you like a deal that could be a lot better than, you know, if you were to lose at trial, something like that.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Like O.J. Simpson, right? Didn't he have to pay money? Wasn't he found guilty in civil court but not in criminal?
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
think, or so, but I don't know if he had an Alfred plea or anything. But
No, he actually was found not guilty at trial. But
oh
the
yeah,
thing
that's
is that, yeah, if you were to say that you're guilty in criminal court, then obviously you can get sued by the victims and they're going to win like without even having to do much, because the criminal case is going to supersede the civil case, and it's going to show that you were guilty either way if you admitted that, you know?
yeah. Oh, that's right. Tony Hammonds is the guy who tried to abduct the 12-year-old boy from his own yard 3 days after Summer disappeared. Oh. Okay, well, I'll look up him up real quick, because I can't keep all these names straight. Like it's so many freaking, I mean, now today I find somebody was talking to somebody and they kind of, well, I started looking into Jody Sue about, and the people that show up as her associates. And I clicked George Bernard, so Andy's dad, and I looked at his associates, and it said there was this guy with the last name Conkin or something. Quentin Conkin or something. Something weird. Anyways, the judge in Sullivan County is Judge Conkin. And it's, so
Oh, wow.
I don't know what ties Jody Sue had. I mean, she definitely is working for, or has worked for, Ronnie Lawson, for sure. For sure.
It just keeps
Allegedly.
going and going and going.
Allegedly.
Did you get my text about that Gary Cooper guy when I was like Googling his name?
I don't think so. Let me see.
It was just weird. Okay, because like I didn't really find anything that means anything to the case. But you know how Reverend Donna said that like she made the Darren Stevens reference? Well, when you look up that guy Gary Cooper, a search result pops up for IMDb for a movie called Sergeant York. Both Darrens were played by guys named Dick York and then Dick Sargent. And I was like, whoa, holy shit. Is that why she was seeing like Darren Stevens and not understanding like why? You know what I mean? I don't know. It just, to me, it seems like a weird little
so
coincidence.
Gary Cooper is like
That's the guy that was with him at the boating accident, correct?
Right. But I just searched Gary Cooper. So you were looking, you said it popped up.
Yeah, I searched in parentheses or quotations, I mean, Gary Cooper and then the word Tennessee, just to see what would come up. And one of the search results, was like a movie called Sergeant York. And I was like, that's weird that's like the last names of the two dudes who played Darren Stevens, you know? Just saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen what this Gary Cooper guy looks like.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I know he's 29, or he's 29. No. He's 39. He would be 39 years old. He was 29 during the accident, I think.
Yeah, it was like 5:30 in the morning. I was like, dude, I got to go to sleep, man. Like, this is too much right now.
What was the story? For some reason, I can't find Tony Hammonds. Or wait, maybe his real name might be Anthony Hammonds. Well, usually it comes up even if I...
And who's that guy supposed to be? Tony Hammonds?
Yeah, this guy tried to abduct a 3-year-old boy from his yard 3 days after Summer went missing.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm trying to... I found some Anthony Hammonds, but I don't know. which one it is. I guess I'll have to. Yeah, I guess people were wondering if he's like got ties with some of these people. I mean, one of the officers' name was James Hammonds, but he's the one that got fired because Roger Stewart had a grudge against him, and
He's also a drywaller.
who?
That Tony Hammonds guy.
Oh, really? Well, I don't know, but that's crazy because all these guys, so like Rick Stewart, for instance, has a painting business. They all have like painting businesses. Roger Stewart, who else they all have these painting businesses, which is weird. And it's like, I don't know. And it makes me think of, Don did that kind of work, didn't he? Kind of. I mean, not painting, but drywall. He probably
Yeah, spackling.
did. Yeah, it's like they've all got companies, painting companies, auto sales companies. And then they have nonprofits like churches.
Oh yeah, the church thing is so like a cover, I swear to God, because I swear to God, literally, like that's the best way to not only avoid paying taxes. So like for financial purposes, it's a good idea, but then also like what better way to cover up like some evil doings from the community, like under the the guise of like, being this holy Christian person when really your evil is, what?
Yeah. So Doug Nelson is now added to the list. He's definitely sus AF, like for sure. He has strong ties, and Doug Nelson is definitely allegedly also involved in some real estate like scams, allegedly, or schemes. Right here we have a mortgage amount of $450,500 with a sale amount of $120,000. It seems like the owner, Doug Nelson, seller Roger Stewart, Rachel Stewart, he has a lot of transactions with Doug Nelson, he is the chief of police of the Rogersville Police Department, I think is what his title is. And he also is always at these committee meetings. He's been with the department a while because, I think he's like the head guy in Rogersville Police Department, and he is close to Jim Sells, and they're all close to Roger Stewart, and then they got Ronnie Lawson and Dan Armstrong, and they're
and all
all
those Baptist church and everything. You know what else is weird? I also came across, when I was looking up that judge's name, I came across like a city council meeting or something like that, and it was weird because I was reading the minute order, but at the very end of the meeting, they just put out a reminder that this certain church was having like some kind of event like that Wednesday night coming up. And I was just like, that's weird. Like, since when do they make announcements at the city council meetings that the church is having an event coming up? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And they pray at their meetings.
Like, isn't there supposed to be a separation of church and state?
They pray at their meetings, at the start of their meetings, which is they stand up and actually say, or it's either at the beginning or end, and they actually all stand up and bow their heads and pray, and somebody says a prayer. So yeah, that was weird, but I was like, okay, this is the Bible Belt. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's like they're trying to cover under religion for sure. They're definitely
Yeah.
trying to cover up stuff with religion. Nelson and Stewart was in on the Lamb scam. Yes, that's what, and that was what Officer Hammonds was saying in that video. But that's also it looks pretty obvious, and this is right here is Doug Nelson's background or here, and let's see. Okay, so this Manus. So who did Kraken Cases mention about the Manus name? What was the Manus last name? Manis.
Oh, I don't remember. I'm like, I have such a hard time keeping track of all these people and who they are.
Tanya Stewart. There's Kevin's wife. There's Kevin right there. Oh, there's Roger's ex-wife, Connie Eileen Stewart. The Greer, that's the guy. Greer, isn't he like a judge or something? Isn't that there a Judge
I
Greer?
feel like I've heard Cam and Ali say their names too. Yeah, the Greer name. Yeah.
Betty Simpson is a name that came up a lot. I don't know anything though about. So when you go down to his assets, of course, he has lots of properties, just like Roger Stewart. I mean, Roger Stewart's got tons. And then you go to the ownership history, and it's definitely just some weird stuff going on, like with mortgages and stuff. Like, it seems that there's like a bunch of like mortgages that come up that are way higher than what the property's worth. And see, this is Rick Stewart. That's Roger's brother. Carol.
What would be the point of that? Just like money laundering?
Yeah, I'm guessing they're somehow getting loans on these properties, because you know who the assessor? That's another thing. The assessor of Hawkins County. Oh, who's the assessor? Shoot. It's whoever the assessor is. It makes sense. The assessor's in on it. Hold on. Hawkins County, Tennessee. Forgot to put that on my.
So basically, they're assessing the property for more than it's worth, and then getting a cut of the money when they take out like a refinance loan or something.
I wonder if it was the old assessor. I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense to me. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know how people do it because I've never had a mortgage, and I just
me neither. Yeah, I don't know how any of that works.
The name that I'm coming up with for the assessor though is not who. Michael Gillespie. That's not who I thought. I don't know that name. I don't think that's. I was thinking maybe it's not the assessor. Maybe I'm thinking of. There's somebody that's in the that works with like real estate in the kind of like a property assessor. Yeah, where's Scott H?
Brandon Lawson was an elite deacon in his church, right?
I heard. Well, I don't know what elite deacon means. Like, I was looking into that because because Sloan Bella says elite deacon, and because I was watching her. I watched her again, and but she says the parents aren't involved, which is weird because I mean, if Candace is not involved at all, I'm gonna feel like really bad. I'm gonna over like.
They almost have at least like a negligence though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is true, but
My
I
thing is
mean,
that I don't feel like she just looked away for, 2 to 5 minutes. I think that she was not paying attention to Summer for a lot longer than that. And if that's the case, it would be a lot more likely that she could have walked off or been abducted or something. I never understood why they're trying to go with that as the theory, but yet she won't admit that it was longer than 2 to 5 minutes that she was away from Summer. Because it's like in 2 to 5 minutes somebody's not going to come up to that property and take her, but if it was a half hour to an hour, then possibly, yeah.
yeah, I was searching Elite Deacon, and it's weird because Elite Deacon has come up a lot recently because Brandon's a deacon, and he also was the youth pastor, right, or a Sunday school teacher.
That's what
And
I heard. Yeah.
yeah, and then we have also, so there's 3. Then also Dan Armstrong. He's a pastor, a Sunday school teacher, and a deacon also. The assistant, Cecil Mills, is a pastor. I don't know if he's a deacon, but then there's another one that's a deacon and also a Sunday school teacher. Who's the third one? There's 3 like real, and it's just so weird. So it's
I don't
Brandon.
even know what a deacon is in reality. I'm like, I just know it's somebody like that holds some kind of position in the church, but well, if somebody in chat wants to explain that, what it actually entails, that would be great.
Deacons run the finance part. Oh,
Like a treasurer?
I don't. Would it be the appraiser? Oh, the appraiser? Maybe appraiser? Oh. Is there such thing as a... I thought that would be assessor. I think assessor and appraiser are the same thing.
An abstracto? Oh, abstractor? I don't know. Someone in the chat said an abstractor. I don't know what that means. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't Google stuff at the same time. But
Yeah, I'm looking at Google for some things, as I know. I see. That's why I need to have to write stuff down, and because I'm just like, I've got so many things like going on, and it's so hard to keep track of everything. And okay, so let's add this to the, and you can help me with this one. Let's talk about all the people who have died that are close to this case, because we hear now that Leslie Hill died yesterday.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's starting to look kind of strange. The people that we have, so many people that seem to have passed away.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that until you said it right now, but that's true.
Yeah, wait. And once you start seeing, like putting it all down, you'll see. Okay, so come on, stupid thing. I am clicking.
Oh, you're making like little like a little document and stuff with all the connections and everything. That's a good idea.
Because I see like how I cannot keep everything straight. And so and something else, see right here, this is another thing. Okay, here's this sex offender, Eric. The owner of his house is Rick Stewart, which is Roger Stewart's brother and his wife. The assessed value is $13,450. Mortgage amount $1.47 million. How is that possible? And then the sale amount $115,100. Tax amount $192.
Yeah, because I think the assessor, I think that is different than an appraiser, because I think the assessor is who comes out and determines, like, I think the assessed value is basically like what your taxes are going to be, right? So it's like if you sell a car privately and you write 2 bills of sale. So one is the actual price that you're paying for the car, and then you have one that you turn into the DMV that says like you paid $500, and then your your whatchamacallit, your registration or whatever is less money every year because you paid less for the car, right?
But yeah, of course you want the appraisal to be low. I mean, on one hand, you want the appraisal to be low for taxes, but also on the other hand, you want it high for if you sell your house.
Well, that's why I think it's 2 different things, because an appraisal would be how much is it worth like for selling, but for an assessment, I think that's about
that number, that 1.4 million is the mortgage.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, and that's way too much of a difference for it to be, and it happens all the time. Like, it's not just, it's all over their they're like switching properties, and it's really strange. Oh, you have to look into it, and I can't figure out how to freaking erase this stupid thing. Somehow I accidentally wrote all over it. We'll just have to delete this one. Oh, I see. Somehow oh, jeez, I see now what I did. Okay. So all the people, or how should I type? Summer Wells, or as opposed to Summer's case.
The assessor works for all the voters and property owners in the county and is charged with preparing fair and correct valuations based on objective market standards.
Oh, yeah, I know what an appraiser is. That's not what I was looking for. You said, yes, Sloan meant Candace was blind to what happened to Summer due to her own childhood abuse. It's like Candace had no emotions left. Where did, I don't even see where. Oh, the assessor works for all the voters and property owners in the county and is charged with preparing fair and correct valuations based on, yeah. But yeah, people were asking if an appraiser and an assessor were the same thing. That it wasn't. It doesn't look like it, or it does look. It looks like they are, from when I look it up. But I mean, because when you appraise, it's the same. It's basically, they mean the same thing. You know, you appraise the value or you assess the value. You assess the value of a property, or you can appraise. It's basically the same thing.
That's irritating. Like, if I owned a home and they wanted to come out and say that like it was worth $36,000 or something when I was paying like a mortgage based on like $500,000 or something, you know?
No, but they're not. What they're doing, they're getting to pay taxes on the assessed value, but having these mortgages, like their buildings are like these very expensive houses when they're not. So it doesn't, I don't know how they're doing it. Oh, I know. There's somebody who works. Okay. So the notaries, we have all the notaries are like their wives and stuff. So like Michelle Lawson is a notary, and so is Ronnie Lawson's wife. And I think Gary possibly. And then there's somebody who works in the clerk or something.
How convenient, right?
Clerk, it was something, and I was like, oh my gosh, that makes sense. I wish I would have put it. I'm sure I'll run into it again. There's just so much. Okay, where's my list? Okay, so Leslie Hill. So help me think of all the people that have passed since that.
Okay, so Jose.
Rick Crawford. Yeah, I wrote some down, but I think Jose Romano. Is that his name? Ramon?
Yeah, something like that.
Brianna,
I think it's Ramon. Yeah.
Is it Tester?
Oh, I can't remember, but yeah, that little girl.
No, Fred and Leslie weren't married before.
But okay, so doesn't Leslie have a son that's an SO also or something?
There was something that came out about her.
Like someone in her family close to her?
I'll look here in a second. Oh, who's the guy that Dawn works with that passed away?
Oh, I don't know.
James. It wasn't it James? Do any of these folks have ties to adoption agency or service? Actually, that's something that I've been looking into. Because that's been the talk, is that there's something like that going on with adoptions. So yeah, I just started looking into that and into a place called funny you say that because that's something that just came up. Let's see, what's that place called? There is something going on with adoptions, it looks like. Possibly that's what makes me also wonder if they are taking kids from mothers and then putting them into this trafficking ring or illegally. There has been some concerns about that, but I just started looking into it, so I don't know for sure, but it sounds like that is possibly going on. She had a house full of RSOs with her. So Paula, what made you ask that?
What happened?
Huh?
What did you say?
I said I asked Paula what made her ask, or what made her ask that.
I was having ADD for a second and I wasn't listening. I was like, huh?
Adoption services. I swear someone close to Leslie said she was married to Fred. Did you? No, they're not married. Hold on. I'll tell you his ex-wife's name. People did ask though if Fred.
Do you know if it's true that Candace had given up a child for adoption? Like, was that ever confirmed for sure?
She said it in that phone call with Lips. I mean, that Lips has recorded and she admits it. The one before like
between Summer and the youngest boy, right?
Huh?
Between Summer and the youngest boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, so Fred's ex-wife is named Tina. They actually might still be married and just not together. His current the person he's been with forever is Laura White.
Oh, Prayer Garden said that Fred and Leslie were married.
No, I haven't even found any connection with them. Fred, I mean, they might be cousins. I mean, everybody out there is related. He's really close in he's really close relation to Andy Bernard. Really. I mean, he just would be considered a first cousin, but they're the same age, or yeah, I think they would be first cousin, right? Okay. Yeah, because Andy's mom is the sister of Fred's. I was gonna say Fred's dad, but I could be. Polly is Polly. Does anybody know if Polly is the sibling of? I have the tree I could pull up, but so please check out Ariana Day, 3-month-old from Roanoke, Virginia. The mother, Jessie Day, exos like Candace, and she was to give her baby up for adoption, like out of Utah. She changed her. Does that have to do with Rogersville? Hasn't been confirmed about Don Wells. It's Fred said he hasn't seen him. So Ariana Day.
Oh, the church handles the adoptions over there? That would be crazy.
There's an agency called Kingswood that I think is the one I was looking into. I didn't finish tell you guys that. Yeah, it's called let me make sure. Here, I'll show you guys this. Wait till you see this. This is so creepy. Sister. Or wait, let me get somebody sent me the link. Let me look real quick. Sorry. I'm trying to. I could have swore she sent me the. Let me see. I can't. Dang it. There was a link that I was sent and it took me to, oh, shit. I don't know how to get back to that. So irritating.
Well, how about this? While you look for that, I'll go ahead and tell my story I was going to tell.
Okay, yes, please, because that is, I mean, that's bugging me, and this is something you guys will want to see.
Okay, yeah. So when I was a little girl, like probably about 6 years old, I remember it was right like around Halloween time. One of my older siblings came home from being gone for a couple of days, and let me just preface this and say that she was pretty wild, and she used to be on crystal meth and hang out with like a lot older people and stuff like that. And they were all like gang members and like things like of that nature, you know. So she like from a really young age was doing the most, you know. And she used to like be interested in like witchcraft and all that kind of stuff. So one of her friends had invited her to this like Halloween celebration thing. And it was a 3-day ceremony that happened inside of these like mines or whatever that are like, I don't know, probably about 30 minutes away from where we live. And she said it was like a full-on like ritualistic ceremony thing where they did like the sacrifice and like the whole deal, you know, like everything that you would think if you've seen like in the movies, like somebody had mentioned earlier that movie Eyes Wide Shut. She said it was like that, you know, and it scared the shit out of her. Like
Wait, where
She
was
said-
this? Wait, she went to. Wait, now what?
Well, okay, so her friend invited her to this like ceremony thing, like this 3-day celebration.
Mhm.
And it was held in some mines. So like you would go up to the mines, and in the mountain there's like a little space where you can get inside, and you go in there, and I guess there's like all these rooms and stuff. And it's crazy because I've actually looked it up online, and I was able to find like YouTube videos of it, of the place that she was talking about. And I was just like, whoa, like this is, but she came home and she told me, she was like, you never go with strangers, like don't ever, and she was like, because there's like evil people out there, and like this stuff is real.
Yeah.
And but the thing that I remember her telling me was that there were all people from like different walks of life there, that there was law enforcement there was drug addicts there was soccer moms there was like people, doctors, judges, like everyone. And it was like, that's the one thing they have in common. But on the streets, they see each other and act like they don't know each other. But they're all holding this secret together. And then as I've gotten older, I've done a lot of research on this kind of stuff, like on my own. And it's like everybody says the same thing that correlates with that. So like I have no reason not to believe it.
Yeah. Wow.
But I feel like that's like what's going on here. Like everybody seems to be in on some kind of like really dark, demented secret that, if you're in it, you're in it. And if you're not, then you're not. And they're like trying to protect it,
Yeah. And I was watching, and I'm going to show here in a. Well, I don't think I'm going to show it, but I was watching some committee, like commissioner meetings or whatever they're called for this, where like if you're having like that guy who was talking about losing his job, that officer who went off of, I was showing, I was watching stuff like that earlier, and there's a lot talking about how like understaffed they are at the police department and at the jail, like real bad. And basically, I mean, because they're like the longest employee at the jail, the guy said he had was 5 years. And because everybody's leaving, it's like it feels like to me everybody leaves because like you said,
they realize that it's weird.
ones, well, the people are all part of this weird thing, and then and nobody, they get, if you come in new and you're not part of their little group, you're going to get treated bad. They don't pay anything. It's, yeah, I mean, they can't keep employees for anything.
If somebody's not a part of their little group, they're not getting the little kickbacks that the rest of them are giving to each other.
Yeah, where is Grandis go? Skyline News. About what? What a country babe said. When I'm hearing about 4 people leaving the Wells property, driving to a location, only 3 coming back, and remains have been confirmed to be, I believe, a 20-something-year-old lady. Do I know even? I thought that was Sky News. I heard it was Skyline News too, and I think they're fake news thing, from what I hear.
Oh yeah, I remember watching something from that guy a long time ago, and it was like way out, whatever he said. It was totally like not factual whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm super freaking. Somebody sent me a link I was really wanting to show you guys, and I can't for the life of me find it. It's really irritating me. It was a link to something about this Kingswood place, and it was really crazy. Hold on, let me see here.
Well, and the thing too, why I feel like it might be like some, quote unquote, like satanic type thing is
Uh-huh.
because in groups like that, they usually use like trauma based like tactics in order to get people to stay silent, and they start training their own children from a very young age, and they do it through different types of trauma, including, SA and stuff like that, which would make a lot of sense why all these people have that like so strongly rooted in their family lines and think that it's just like acceptable, like it's the thing to do, because they've
Mhm.
probably been dealing with it like for generations and generations.
Yeah. Yep. It probably does have some satanic stuff involved, and yeah, I
And
bet.
I mean, by all means, they don't call themselves Satanists, but it's like that's just the easiest way to describe it.
Yeah. I don't know what they call each other or what do they call themselves?
I don't know, the old religion. I don't know.
Hmm. Literally, I just had that link and I lost it. Oh, that somebody sent me. So irritating. Oh, here it is. Come on, today. Let me see if this is linked. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I could show. I don't know why it's not loading, but okay, I'll show this one. My computer's like struggling. So am I missing? Oh, what's that? Does anybody remember the guy that had passed away that worked with Dawn? Because I need to add him to the list up here. If anybody else can think of anybody else. I did
I
hear,
don't remember the name.
I do remember, or I did see something about the woman. I did see the WJHL body found at that lake. I did see that.
You know what else I was starting to look into a little bit? The Dixie Mafia, because I'm pretty sure that that's what I was reading about, where it said that they had infiltrated like a lot of like law enforcement and stuff like that.
Who are they? What are they called?
The Dixie Mafia. Like,
Oh, I
how
don't.
Dr. Phil, they brought up the cornbread mafia? There's
Yeah.
also the Dixie Mafia down there in the South. And like, apparently they've infiltrated different, like law enforcement groups and stuff like that. I mean, when you look it up, it acts like it's a thing of the past. But I'm sure that there's still like maybe they don't call each other that anymore, but it's probably still the same lines of people like running underground trade and things of that nature, like different illegal activities.
Anyone else wondering about the shady land deals when they are hurting for money in that county? Yeah. Yeah, somebody's getting freaking money. But and I mean, people are becoming rich, but only like select few. Everybody else is like super poor. But yeah, I agree that it's possible that there could be something like that going on because it is evil. And I mean, I would think that if you would have to you would have to develop a way of in your mind of coping with the kind of evilness you would be exposed to. I would think. I mean, but I guess if it wouldn't be normal people doing these type of things. I think I don't know, they've just been conditioned their whole life that this stuff's
Yeah,
normal.
it's multi-generational. Like it's been happening for, all down the family line, like since who knows how long.
Yeah. So, I came across this, or no, actually, I was sent this.
What
And
the?
Deacon, youth pastor, Sunday school teacher arrested on federal child porn enticement charges. Okay, what is up with these deacon? And why are they all deacons and youth Sunday school teachers? Is that normal? Because that's what I'm running into with all these people. Dan Armstrong is a youth pastor and deacon. Brandon's a youth pastor and deacon. Now this guy's a youth pastor and deacon.
Wow.
I swear there was one other person all tied up in all this that's like, I know that Bill Trent. Okay, so Bill Trent, I haven't looked into him too much. He might be okay, but he's a pastor of, and also the part has, I guess he's the president, I guess you would call it, of Westview, I think, or is it East Rogersville?
Does that really say June 15th of 2017?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right? So actually, now that you say that, I think I showed this yesterday because I remember it was like exactly 5 years ago, or 5 years before Summer went missing. And it says a Hawkins County man is in custody with no bond set after he was indicted by a federal grand jury and later arrested on 2 counts of production of child pornography and 1 count of enticing a minor to engage in sexual activity. Right, court records indicate that Mark Curtis Adams, 55, who is reportedly a deacon and a youth Sunday school teacher at Oak Grove Baptist Church in Mount Carmel, was indicted in late May in U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Tennessee in Greenville and was arrested on June 2nd by an FBI agent in Johnson City. He is currently...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying he's currently being held without bond by the U.S. Marshals Service pending arraignment, which, as of the review's press time, was scheduled for Monday, June 19th at 1:30 with Judge Magistrate Clifton, Corker, and Greenville. What county is Greenville? That's Hawkins, obviously. Never mind. Okay.
If it's production of CP, that means that he's there when the kids are oh my God, dude. Oh no.
2 counts of production. Oh my God.
Yeah. He's like the one with the video camera, you know?
Yeah. And yeah, that's what's weird. Like, it seems to be some kind of weird pattern with these people in Baptist churches. I mean, I know it's a popular, I guess, religion down there or whatever, but I don't
oh my
know.
God. I'm not even going to go there.
So, yeah, it's like, and then they're all deacons, and and some of them are, why am I getting something about it? Hold on. I don't understand what this is about.
I remember in the very beginning of this case, I remember both Cher and Lips talking about how everybody in Beach Creek had pictures and stuff of everybody else's kids. Like, does anybody else remember them talking about that?
What is this about, Jen Hoffa? This is like really weird. What would that have to do with anything? What is this? I don't understand what you typed. That's exactly what we were saying.
Oh, really?
An Alfred plea will not be accepted without the court's satisfaction that there is a factual basis to support the defendant's guilt. The same factual basis can be used to satisfy the preponderance of the evidence standard that is necessary in order to prevail in a subsequent what are you trying to show me? Same factual basis can be used to satisfy. So it's showing you can use civil litigation. It looks like. It says the Alfred plea makes it easier for victims to prevail. This right here says it makes it easier for victims to prevail in a civil suit. Since an Alfred plea will not be accepted without the court's satisfaction, there is a factual basis to support the defendant's guilt. This same factual basis can be used to satisfy the preponderance of the evidence standard that is necessary in order to prevail in civil. Where is this document from? Let me see real quick.
Oh, is that the difference between the Alfred plea and the nolo contendere or whatever?
No, you remember how we were saying earlier that Alfred plea, you can still have a civil, or that it's for a civil suit. Like it helps to not say you're guilty because
yeah, nolo contendere is to protect from civil, but okay.
I was just sent. I don't know. It's from 2012 though, and it's out of a different state. So that's something that's an issue though. I don't know. It's not loading for some reason. It's completely blank on everything except just the first page. But it's basically just stating that it's saying that an Alfred plea would be good for a civil suit, but I don't know. I can't find it. Jen Hoffa, for some reason, it didn't load it, but I'll find it. But that doesn't make sense because I would think if you had an Alfred plea. See, now I've read two sources have said completely contradictory things about the Alfred plea being good for a civil suit. Like if you were want to try to avoid being or have a chance at a civil suit, then you want to do an Alfred plea because then you're saying you're not admitting guilt. You're still saying you're innocent, but saying there's enough evidence. So I don't understand. I mean, it does say that for that, whatever she just sent me does say you have to be the judge has to be under the reasonable assumption that the defendant is guilty. But I would still think that if it would look better if the defendant did not admit guilt. Because if you admit guilt, like it's like settled in a court of law. I mean, forever. All they have to say is like you admitted guilt.
Yeah, how can you get an appeal or anything? You couldn't.
Happened a few days from the charges hearing and sentencing. It doesn't happen like that. And Don got 1 year for breaking parole. I know, right? He got a more severe sentence than Brandon.
That's so sick. Yeah, where was he on June 15th? Brandon Lawson.
Yeah. Something very wrong, corrupt going on in Hawkins County is disheartening, and Summer deserves to be found and justice to be served. Okay, let me show one more thing before I go.
I'm going to go ahead and jump down, okay, Ziggy?
Okay, that's cool.
Alrighty, talk to you later. I'll be in the chat.
Okay, so I only have one other thing to show, but I want to show it before I go because that's thanks to, well, actually maybe two more things. If this thing will load. So somebody brought up Kingswood, okay? Or I brought up Kingswood. But somebody brought up the adoption agencies. And I came across this. Well, actually, it was sent to me. I'm not going to say by who, but it's interesting because it's a home for children, okay? And it says submitted by Jean Whaley, which I looked up, was at one time listed as a registered agent for Kingswood Home for Children. This is in Bean Station, Tennessee. But the very interesting, crazy thing about this, first of all, I'm hearing there's something shady with adoptions or something going on here. So I have a feeling that this whole thing, not only are they using churches, they have other nonprofits and stuff that they're, all heads of and running and laundering money through. And I mean, people that you would never think would have a church or owning churches or being on the board of directors because they want to look good. But something weird, guys. Look here. This is so strange. It says Kingswood Home for Children is a private, nonprofit, non-denominational Christian home for children in the East Tennessee area. Since 1943, Kingswood has served and ministered to children and families that need us most. Our children come to us from abandoned, abused, neglected, or displaced situations at little or no fault of their own, and begin to put back the pieces of their broken worlds. Little, what? I don't like how they put little or no fault of their own. Little, what fault would it how could it be any of their faults? And I don't think any of it should be their fault. That could just be poor wording. But anyways, down to the bottom, that is so strange in this. Yeah, Churchill. Guys, look at this paragraph right here. WTF. This is WTF. When was this submitted, by the way? Doesn't say. By Jean Whaley. Okay, it says, one little girl came to us when she was 3 years old. She had been abused in every way possible. Her head was shaved due to a recent bout with head lice. She was malnourished and covered in scabies. As she grew, it became very evident that she was very delayed educationally. Through the investment of staff and one loving volunteer family, it was discovered that this eye processing issue. After extensive therapy, this young lady is making straight A's and confident as ever. Now this volunteer family has full custody of her and is working on the adoption process. Isn't that weird? And the person was like, don't you remember when it was this stuff was put out like about summer? And I was like, yeah, because I was the one that put it out. Remember, that's what I was given the most shit about at the very beginning. But I was told, but there's still question. It's still like up for debate about the scabies, if she had, or if there was some kind of, if it was alleged some kind of body lice or scabies. But it is weird that this is scabies and then it says head shaved at a recent bout with head lice. I don't know. That's just weird. I don't know. It doesn't have any date. Let's see if we hit that. Okay, so if we go to there's Tennessee. Isaiah 117 is one that's like definitely not this one, but well, Isaiah 117 is something that has, I mean, I just started looking because anyways, Kingswood. So that was something odd that somebody showed me. I thought that was very interesting. Okay. So let's get this one last thing showed because it's already 3 a.m. and I'm on for 2.5 hours already, and I have to show you guys this. Okay, so the last thing I want to show you is something that kind of it's with the Carly Trent reward fund. People were saying, look into the Carly Trent reward fund. Look into the Carly, they kept saying that. Well, I was sent was I sent the video or did I happen to come across it? Nope, I think I was sent it by Karen. This one I think I was sent by her. And I was like, wow, this is actually kind of interesting. Here's all the people who got checks from for the Carly Trent supposedly for the Carly Trent reward fund. Back there in the back right there, that's Nelson. I wonder who he is board of directors of. Actually, I think I know. It's one of the churches. Here's that right there with the glasses is Donnie. This is Roger Carpenter. Stuart Franklin or Franklin Stewart. And it's not Stewart related to the Stewarts we've been talking about. It's spelled differently. I think it's that one. Can't see their name tags. It will tell us in the video. But I do know this is Roger Carpenter. And I would bet anything he's probably, I don't know. Haven't looked into him too much, but it's kind of weird. Children and day children were both removed from their home and their siblings went missing. The parents have not been charged with the disappearance of the child and look guilty. So, okay, so what's the name? Hey, the Jab. Okay, if there's been any complaints in Jamaica after the, right? Because that happens a lot, Jen. For sure. There's a pic with her covered in scabies patches on her face. Oh, really? Let's see. What was the name that you were saying to look into? The first name? Something Day. Can you say it again? To Undisclosed Child Advocates. She was a founder of that adoption agency. I forgot it. It was bad. Oh, whoa. And who? Wait, what are you talking about? think her name was Anne something. She was the founder of that adoption agency. Heavily abused. I realize I'm in no place to father a child or several children. Some people feel that way, which is sad that people are like, that there's some people who are afraid to have kids because, I mean, I guess it's responsible that they feel like they wouldn't be good parents because of being abused as a child, and that's a responsible thing to do, and that's good, but it's sad because that shows like when you abuse your kids, like, you know, these people are for life robbed of the ability or the chance to have kids because they're too scared to, because they don't want to be the same as their parents. There you go, Jerry McLean. Thank you, Aunt B. That's the name I was looking for. I knew it was a J name. I was like, James. Okay, let's go. I have to add that in. What the heck? Oh. What is it? So, Jerry McLean. Ariana Day. That name sounds familiar. So if anybody could think of anybody else that's passed close to the Summer Wells case, let me know, because I'm trying to keep track. I'm gonna write down this Ariana Day case. All right, so let's go back to this real quick. I want to show you guys this. It makes you feel differently about the Carly Trent Reward Fund. It really does. Watch this. It's weird. I'm gonna open this, but I'm gonna open it on YouTube so I'm gonna switch the screens. My computer's lagging. Okay, finally. My internet went out. Dang it. So, sorry about that. Of course, right when I wanted to show this. Let me look in my history. Is this it? Oh, yeah. This, guys. Here's oh my God. Sorry, guys.
Have happened without Roger coming up, let you.
I'm gonna restart because this is really, I think somebody wants to see. Sorry, my computer's going so slow. I'm gonna mute now.
Know how important you are, how much we're thankful for you, and how much we appreciate you being here. We have over here a couple of special recognitions. Chief Doug Nelson is responsible for the Rogersville Sheriff's Department, and they were the arresting officers in the search for Carly Trent.
Both of those up.
Ronnie Lawson, if you'd stand up, please. We want to thank you for
all
being
three
here.
of those people just mentioned. Doug Nelson, right here. Doug Nelson and Charles Gibson. And then they go to Ronnie Lawson. And right here, Roger Carpenter. All freaking allegedly creeps. Back to back to back, especially the first three.
We want to thank you for being here. And then this couldn't have happened without Roger Carpenter. If you'd stand. These guys are bashful. Larry Hamlin, Donnie Lawson, go ahead and stand up. Donnie's been wrestling with a mule and he lost. And then Stuart Franklin. They're sort of over here in the corner. We've already had a happy ending. Back in May, we had a happy ending. Today is just icing on the cake. So I want to begin by sort of going back over some of the events that happened. It was on Wednesday, May the 4th, Carly Marie Trent was checked out of school by an uncle, which began one of the largest manhunts in local history, and I believe it was even national history. There were people from states around that were calling us. Local residents, moms and dads, grandparents, they could not believe. You know, we have children and grandchildren, and our minds raced at what could have been the end result of this. I mean, we were devastated at the thought that in Hawkins County, a child could be kidnapped. So over the next 8 days, in the parking lot across from our city hall up here, we had U.S. Marshals, we had TBI and FBI roped off an entire parking lot up there, and they set up headquarters at the same time. We had the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, our Forestry Department, anyone that was available were out in this massive search. One of the elements that we want to make evident today that a lot of times is overlooked is just as soon as it was announced that Carly Marie Trent was missing, as you could begin to see on the internet, one particular thing: pray for Carly Marie Trent. You could go in any business, you could go in Kingsport, in Morristown, and counties around, and you would see signs in the business doors that simply said, pray for Carly Marie Trent. You know, the statistics are this, that the chances of finding someone diminish with every hour that goes by. And as the days passed, the hours were going by and the clock was ticking, and everybody was aware of that, especially our sheriff's department and our local police department. 8 days had passed, and the odds were growing slimmer that if Carly Marie Trent were found, that she would be alive, much less that she would be safe. Well, at the meantime, another local group had been made up of 4 local citizens, and that was Roger Carpenter, Larry Hamlin, Donnie Lawson, and
So the guy speaking as somebody I have just been running into recently. His name Awat. He's a pastor at one of the churches. Trying to remember his name, but I haven't looked into him much yet. But I've noticed he's like always at those town meetings and everything for Roger. He seems to be pretty involved in all this stuff. So he definitely is somebody I want to look into. And he is a pastor at, I'm not sure. It's one of the Baptist churches though, in Rogersville. I know that. Yeah. And I did notice how much they look alike. The blonde hair, like the really blonde hair and the really blue eyes. I did notice that. Of course, a lot of young kids have blonde hair and blue eyes. But I don't know. I'm showing this video because this video gives me like goosebumps. It's like deja vu. Like watching this video was made in comes from, I'm going to watch the whole thing before I go. This was made by Hawkins County News in 2016. It's only had 288 views. It says kidnapped child's rescuers donate $40,000 reward to charity. And so this was a little ceremony or get together they had celebrating or pretty much recognizing these guys for finding Carly Trent and also for donating to several of these agencies. But it was only $40,000. They acted like it was so much. It would have been best. I don't know. I guess they didn't want to pick one, but they separated it into only where they only got like 1,000 or a couple thousand each at most. Pays for whatever they want, like them sick guys that watch webcam stuff. Contacted her to speak with her. I wonder, has anyone contacted her to speak with her? How old is? Well, she's still a kid, I think, isn't she? She should be getting. I thought about that, but she should be. She's probably. I don't think she's 18 yet, because this was in 2016, so that was 6 years ago. How old was she at the time? She's probably not quite 18. She was 11 in 2016. So yeah, like a year or two. It would be interesting to see if she speaks out. Oh, thank you, Brandy. What's it say for a? Hello, let me see. Oh, you call me a cat. That's right. Oh. Thank you so much, Brandy. Okay, but let's continue watching this because this is super interesting. It just is so, because it makes you think, because not only did I did I find this? Or I think this was sent to me. I think this and another link was sent to me that was actually, there was a link sent to me that was like a Google Photos file that had like tons of pictures from this Carly Trent like event at a park, like her welcome home like party or something, and where everybody, yeah, there's like tons, there's like this, I don't know, it's really freaking interesting though. I could show them, but there's kids in some of them though. That's the thing. So I'd have to, I mean, Carly, I wouldn't, I mean, it doesn't matter putting her face out because her face has already been out there. But the other kids, you know. Okay, that's my name for Siggy. All right, let's continue.
Stuart Franklin. And these men sort of felt that God was leading them to look on the other side of Clinch Mountain in North Hawkins County. And then against all odds, on Thursday, May the 12th, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, rescuers said that God had led them to this particular farm, and some ways off the road, they were able to find a white conversion van, an uncle, and a little 9-year-old girl. I personally believe the headlines should have read, "Our prayers are answered." On the next day, not only was Carly seemingly unharmed, but she wasn't traumatized. And then instead of Saturday being a massive search day, Brooke Hall had organized a community celebration at the park, welcoming Carly Trent home. And indeed, that was a happy ending. So today I want to say thank yous on behalf of these men that searched for Carly. Thank you first to everybody that was a part of the effort. And that was you, news media, the donors, it was everybody. I want to say personally a thank you to every group that offered up prayer.
Real quick, I just want to say, I just felt like this watching this just gave me a whole new perspective on everything. It really just confirms to me, like, oh my gosh, like Carly Trent is related somehow to Summer Wells case. And oh my God, like it seems like the Carly Trent thing was, I mean, after seeing this, it made me think crazy like things like the Carly Trent thing was like planned to make the town look good or something. I don't know. Because just look like all this celebrating and stuff, and these ceremonies and stuff, it makes you wonder.
I want to say thank you to these men that offered rewards for Carly being found. I want to say thank you to our magnificent law enforcement gentlemen and the efforts that they did to find Carly and to manage this massive search. I want to say thank you to every person in Hawkins and other counties that came here and helped in this search, that went door to door and drove county roads and all of those things looking for this little girl. And then finally, we want to say thank you to the Lord, because friends, you know that this could have turned out entirely different. It could have. But there's more good news, because the icing on the cake is that the story would have been happy if it ended there, right? But the story is that these recipients of reward money wanted part of that money to come back and benefit the local charities that are represented here today. So the men that found Carly have refused part of the reward money, and they've directed that to help organizations and charities in Hawkins and Hancock counties. And today we're going to place checks in the hands of these local organizations to allow them
So basically, I see this list. I see basically of these are all the organizations that need to be looked into. Seriously, I see several on this list that I'm looking into. And that they're all members of and on the board of directors. But it's not like it's that much money though. Like I said, after they get split it all up, they're getting like 1,000 or two at not even two. Look, we're already at number 24 and it's $40,000. So that's already less than a couple grand each. I mean, that's nothing. I watched a documentary about dead boys in 70s abductor was sheriff's son. He got off charges all time for stuff. So push limits. Yes, that's exactly what happens. Did the uncle go to jail? Let's see. Yeah, Gary Simpson. Yeah, he took an Alfred plea. Imagine that. Yeah, he took an Alfred plea. Why am I first time in my life I hear Alfred plea was when this Brandon Lawson thing happens. Like I've never remember hearing Alfred plea before. And now I'm hearing it like constantly. Now that I'm looking into this situation and this corruption, I'm seeing it or hearing it constantly. It's like crazy. Let's see. Yeah, they're all Baptist churches.
To continue doing the good works that are going to help make this a better community when Carly grows up and for our children and grandchildren as well. So I've got some checks that I want to give out.
We have kept none for ourselves. It's divided different ways. We have divided some more. We have a fund set up that we don't really want to speak of that is strictly for the benefit of the ones affected. But and we tried to do this. We depended on the Lord. I want to thank, first off, I want to thank everybody for their prayers. That's what we asked for every time we was in front of y'all on TV. And it worked. And I hope somebody out there gets that out of this. This worked. Praying to the good Lord. And I want to thank everybody. Thank you all for covering this and putting it out there, and thank all the churches. Every person prayed for us. We felt it. And it worked. And we want to thank you all for that. And the people were nice enough to put up this money. We have a gentleman right here I'm looking at right now, a country music star, that puts all his proceeds up to do stuff like this. That is commendable, and I appreciate him for what he does. And thank each and every one of them that gave money, and we wanted to try to.
That guy that was just on the screen, does anybody recognize him? Is that a familiar name? Because I was thinking that who is the guy that that name is Trey or whatever, who somebody was telling me about that today. I don't think it's exactly this name though, but he kind of does look like this guy. Let me see here. Like it's that it looks like exactly like this guy who somebody was telling me about. I think this is him. Holy shit. Hold on. He donated money in the Carly Trent case. This was the guy. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that somebody was telling me about. It says Trey Healy, but I'm trying to. The last name seems. I was wondering if that's who she was talking about, but that's concerning. If that's really weird, because she was talking about the Summer Wells case when she was talking about this dude, and this is and she was telling me he was from out of town and he just got in town and suddenly like he's new to the area. But here he is in Rogersville like 6 years ago.
That is commendable, and I appreciate him for what he does. And thank each and every that gave money, and we wanted to try to put it to the best use we possibly could. And I'm speaking for all four of us. This was never about money. Money never had the first thing in the world to do with this. And we are blessed people. We want y'all to understand that. I think some people have missed that. We feel very blessed to have been part of this. And it has been a blessing, I know, to me and all of us. It was very trying, but thank God we had a great turnout. Not a good, we had a great one. And this is a combination of just everybody getting together and trying to get our heads together and do the right thing.
Well, just checked different groups that were in Hawkins County as well as adjoining Hancock County, and selected ones that we felt were that would use the money wisely for other children. And there's some really fine organizations that help a lot of children.
We're not benefiting from it, none at all.
None of us are benefiting
at all.
Any of it.
It has already been put to good use. I can say that. There was a lady here in this town that 90-year-old woman that was in need, and her house has been sided and they've put a new porch on for it. That's what we want this money to go to, is something good. We want people to remember this is something positive out of Rogersville. And thanks to you all, you've helped make it that way. We all laughed when it was over with, and I'm sure these two remember, we didn't have a clue how much money they had. People was coming asking us, and we had been so wrapped up in this search that we did not have a clue there was this much money.
We were busy across the mountain. We were not watching TV.
I know they can speak for themselves. It was rough the first few nights. We some people told us it might be, it'd been so stressful and all, but I thought we'd handle it fine. For me, it was rough for about the first 3 nights, sleep and then closing my eyes, but thank God I do fine with it now. And I know Stuart had some trouble, I know, and it was just a stressful situation. I have not tried to pressure her or anything to go up to her. I've specifically talked to her father and her uncle a couple of times and checked on her, and she's doing good. She's still going through some things with this, as far as going through some psychological evaluations, and also I can't speak to that. But anyway, I'm not real sure, as far as how the case turned out and all like that. But I do know they are still working with her, and she is doing good. She has started back to school now, and so let's just continue to keep her in her prayers that she does do good. The gentleman that's not here with us, Larry Hamlin. Now, we had eliminated a lot of Hawkins County. We had eliminated, we did not cross a drive or blood grass or nothing. We made our mind up. We started, if we ever passed a driveway up, start backtracking, we'd never get it covered. So we had quite a bit of area covered. And then we got a big clue that led us to thinking he was across the mountain. And then during this time, Larry Hamlin had a hard time getting around. He's got a bad leg. And anyway, he had gave out on me. And I'm praying hard for help. And along comes Stuart. And the first thing Stuart talked to me, I don't know if he realizes this or not, but I had it on my mind about that, this other gentleman, not specifically the one they mentioned here today, but this other gentleman they called the Mountain Man of Clinch Mountain. And I had him on my mind to go over and hunt his cabin. But when Stuart called me, and I'm sure he remembers this, we've not really talked about this, but he called me and said, "Do you need help?" I said, "Sure, I'd love to have you." And the first place this man said to me was, "I know where there's a cabin over in Gravity Valley, over across Clinch." And man, it just rung in my head over and over all night that night. I was saying, this is too big a coincidence that I was thinking of that, and he knows where it's at. So Stuart actually knew where this cabin was at. And the next day, me and him went there on foot. And all this combination of prayers
My computer's still loud. Oh my gosh. I've been talking this whole freaking time. Dang it. Ah. I was sitting there talking about I was asking you guys if you knew who somebody was that goes by Trey. Because I'm like freaking out right now. Because I was talking to somebody earlier and they were talking about somebody named Trey, and I kept asking, I'm like, who is Trey? Who's Trey? And she was like, somebody new, like a new local who has come forward with opinions, like about the Summer Wells case. And she kept saying Trey, and I had never heard of him before. But that, I swear to God, it's this guy, the same guy. She sent me a picture of him, and I swear it's the same guy that's in this video with the pink hair. And if it is, that's freaking me out, because if this guy's trying to say he's a new local, well, he was in this video in 2016. Like, here, I'll show who the picture, because I'm like, didn't a Trey start the petition? Oh, for which petition was it? Is it the Ronnie Lawson petition? Or here, I'll show the picture. Dude, that's gonna be crazy if this is that is gonna be so crazy if this is the same guy. That is him, I swear to God. Hold on, my computer's going freaking slow. Oh my gosh. It's like, of course, stuck. Dang it, I wanted to show you guys this picture really, really bad, because I don't even know if you guys can hear me anymore. Can you guys let me know if you can hear me? My computer is doing something freaking weird. Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee. And this guy is named Trey Healy. I swear you guys have to see this. I wish my freaking computer was not acting so crazy. It's going so slow. I upped my internet, and this is the slowest I've ever seen it go. So now I feel like it really made my internet worse. I have too many tabs open probably too. This guy, who is that? He's in that video. I swear he's a guy with the freaking pink hair in that video. I swear to God, who the hell is he? It's freaking me out. And it's weird too, because I swear they said the name Trey, and then this video, the guy's name's Trey, but we're just coming up with different last names. You guys, I'm telling you, there is same. Hold on, I'm going to do a side by side. Or how do you guys? Okay, so how do you guys know who is, or how do you guys know it's not him? Because tell me, because I'd love to know. Who is he though? I don't. They're both named Trey and look exactly alike. Are you serious? Trey is not a common name. How is both their names going to be Trey and they look exactly alike? I am going to show a video if I could ever. I'm getting sent pics and stuff, and I don't care about the pics. I don't know how we can prove it's. If it's just an opinion, let me know. But if you know it's not him, tell me. Can you let me know how? Because I'd love to proof that it's not him. Because I swear to God, this guy, they look like the same person. So somebody sent me a picture of him. I don't think that's him. That's not even the same guy. Somebody sent me a picture of a Trey Healy that's not even him. That's not the same guy at all. There's no way. Is that really him? Here, let's watch it. Let's continue watching this. I do have to go. I'm going to be here forever trying to decide. I don't know. I mean, I do know that he said he was a musician, so maybe it was him. Same guy that donated first to Summer. I'm going to I don't know why my mic was off for a second for some odd reason. Trying to close tabs because something's like making my computer go so slow, ridiculously. So, because I know at the end of this video they show more of that guy. So, and I could see. I mean, it kind of does. It's somebody sent me a picture of what he looks like. What they say he looks like today, and he has like super long hair. So, or they say he has super long hair.
Been very important in making this event possible.
See, and it's gonna. Then I'm trying to have to mute. Okay. I'll try to do that. Well, I'm afraid to while the video is playing because then it's going to see how it's like lagging.
talked about this, but he called me and said, "Do you need help?" I said, "Sure, I'd love to have you." And the first place this man said to me was, "I know where there's a cabin over in Gravity Valley, over across Clinch." And man, it just rung in my head over and over all night that night. I was saying, this is too big a coincidence. Coincidence that I was thinking of that, and he knows where it's at. So Stuart actually knew where this cabin was at. And the next day, me and him went there on foot. And all this combination of prayers and God answering prayers, I believe that was a God thing, him telling Stuart that he wanted to go look in that cabin. And then Donnie here, he lives real close to there. And his family actually owns land right there. And so it was just, it was an answer to a lot of prayer. It just played right into our hands.
So I write music and do concerts to raise awareness for child abuse laws.
How do you feel about the way the money's being used?
I'm very happy with it. I'm so touched. I mean, to be able to donate and be blessed enough to be able to donate anything at all is amazing. But then to be able to see where the money goes at this point is unbelievable. I mean, the kind gestures of these gentlemen that clearly were out there working hard to find Carly, for them to go above and beyond at this point in time when they don't have to. Again, some people say, well, I didn't have to donate, but to be given that money for a job that you did and work as hard as they did, and then to give it away, just shows that a level of selflessness that no one can understand or explain. I have a daughter. So this is, this could happen to anybody. And I'm a member of the Kyla Davenport Foundation. So we push to change child abuse laws. And through a little girl that was killed by her stepfather, Kyla Davenport. That's the reason why my hair's pink for. So again, having a situation like this, being so close to home, and knowing that my daughter, could have been in the same situation, it's huge to me. I mean, I would do it again, and I would do it again, and I would do it again.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I gotta get that fixed. Okay. Oh shit. Let me turn on my. All right. I'll clear my however you say catch or whatever. That probably does need to be done because it's probably never been done on this computer. So I imagine this is a newer computer. So, well, it's probably about a year old. Cache. Yeah, so yeah, that somebody sent me pictures of, or Jen sent me pictures of this Healy guy, so I guess it's just not the same guy. Oh, there it is. I was about to have a BF. I was like freaking set on them being the same there for a second, man. I was like, oh my God, that's freaking creepy. Let me think. If I mention everything. So we went the Carly Trent, and I thought that video showed that they are like, to me, that would give motive for that whole thing to be set up. Like, the motive is to, I mean, did you see everybody lining up to shake their hand? Just one after the other. And everybody, like, you know, just praising them. And don't you think that they maybe got they probably got a bunch of funding from the state or something? You think? Put side by side. I can't. It would take me 5 hours to freaking, this computer's going so slow. It's ridiculous. But they do look the same. It does. The other one's just this, I don't know. That's just the picture I was sent. I don't know if it looks like it's possibly a screenshot of a video. But I guess it's some guy who's just been inserting himself in the Summer Wells case recently. Supposedly is what they said, but I haven't heard of him. But you know, I haven't been able to, I don't know. Let me see if I can pull up that picture. And it not take 5 years. It's going so slow. So this is a picture of the guy here. Maybe I can a Vase cleaner. Oh, you know what? I think I turned mine off. That makes sense. You just reminded me. I turned mine off because oh shoot. Hold on. I forgot that I had turned off my Avast, or I'm gonna have to just write a note and do that, because shut up, dum. Shush, dum. I'm so abusive to my cat. I call her, that's his name, Dum. Dum. Hey, Dum. 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 Why are you following me? I ain't gonna feed you. Get your paw off me. Do you have meowsers? Yeah, I need to write a note about that, actually, because I got to fix that. And I've got to, let's see, I got to do the note, clear cache with a little apostrophe, just to make it look cute. And turn, I think it's Avast is what I have, actually. Avast back on. So yeah, I guess I could also Gosh darn it. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps muting me like randomly. I was going to say I could put a side-by-side of a picture of who I'm told. See, he looks exactly like Trey, that picture of that people sent me too, but yet with short hair. Could he possibly be wearing a wig? Could this guy possibly wear a wig? And I don't know. Okay, hold on. I don't know. This is so crazy. Okay, I'm going to make a little, thing. So you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm sure they're different people, but it is crazy. Okay, so I'm going to get that picture. And then the one picture from that video that we just watched, I have to get a screenshot from it because that'd be bananas. I'm tired. I get silly when I'm tired. That should be bananas. Oh gosh. How do I get to the history on my phone? Dad nabbit. I don't know how to get to the history by my phone. I guess I'm gonna have to use it. Look on my computer is way. I can't do it on the computer. I need a screenshot for my freaking phone, dude. Freaking phone. Oh, I think I'm your videos history. Okay, I think I found it. Found it. So I'm just gonna take a little screenshot or towards the end of the video where this somehow, how am I going to do this though? I'm taking a few different screenshots because okay, hopefully one of those will work. Let's see. Which one would be the best one to use? Guess I could use a couple of them. So I'm just trying to do a little side by side for you guys so you guys see pretty much. If you guys want to, I'm about to get off here though after I do this. So if you want to leave, it's safe now. You won't miss anything more than likely, unless if something just like crazy comes up, but no, I need to get off here. So right now I'm just doing a side by side, like little collage thing. We're doing it's like art class, crafts, and we're like it's the crafts club. collage making 101. Okay. That one. That one. I can't tell. Stupid ads. Trying to get the one. Gosh, he looks so. I mean, he even has the chin like the guy. I mean, guys, look at this. This is crazy. He even has the freaking. I know you can't see, so it's gonna bug you, but I'm gonna. Okay. Oh, we were almost there. We're making progress. Okay. I've emailed it to myself. I'm sending it to my computer that is now like running on like 1995 internet. Actually, it's probably up to like 2000 internet now. It did get a little bit faster or a little bit better, but it's still lagging really bad. I'm trying to pull up my email and it's like lagging. And Kat, I did not say you could lay next to me. I don't want you next to me. Not right now. He's like a 1,000 degrees when he lays on me. It's like, holy. He's a fluff ball, and he makes my nose itch. But you're a cutie. I'm still waiting on I thought I emailed myself.
Okay, guys, I wanted to come on here and at least say thank you so much because I had to pull this up on my phone. I want to say good night. It won't let me. My computer's like, it's gonna have to be restarted, and or restart and all that. It doesn't look like I can share the picture. I don't think I can on the phone. Dang it. Maybe. Huh. Let me see. Maybe I can do that one. I might be able to show it like this. I might have found a way I can might be able to do it. What if I do that? There. But I don't know if can you guys still hear me? So if you look at the chin on the top left picture, like at the butt, or he has like the little butt chin, like the guy at the bottom. You can't really tell on the top right picture. But I'm being told that the guy on the top right and the guy at the bottom is the same guy. But the top, I don't know, I just thought the top left. I was like, wow, he even has a chin like him. I was, I thought maybe it could be him. I think it was the chin that made me think, oh my God, maybe it is the same guy. But I mean, you got to remember, this would have been, yeah. See, the only way it would be possible is if the guy like wears a wig for when he does. You know what I mean? But anyways, good night, guys. I'll try to I'll get this figured out. My computer's still stuck right now. But thanks for. Well, the two at the bottom is the same. It's the same from the same video. I just took two different screenshots. Basically, look about the same, but whatever. He holds his eyes the same way. Really? The guy at the top left is like 20 something? Oh, a dimple chin and a cleft chin? Oh, are they two different things? Guess it's, yeah, I guess that. Yeah, you gotta remember though, lighting can do a lot. And the one on the top, the only one that's in natural light is the top left. He's in his car at the top left. All the other ones are inside. And that does it to everybody's skin. But no, I believe you guys. I was just showing you what I was. No, Elizabeth Lander, I was thinking I was freaking out because I thought the guy Okay, the guy on the top left is who I'm told is some guy. His name is Trey, and somebody who's just kind of, I guess, started getting into the Summer Wells case and is a new local or something. I don't know. That's what I'm being told. I was sent that picture, and then I was watching this Carly Trent video, and I see this guy on the bottom. On the bottom two are from the same video. It's just a screenshot, two different screenshots. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was thinking, could they possibly be the same guy? Because he looked so much like the top left guy, and they were several years apart, 6 years apart. So I thought maybe he'd grown his hair out or something. But then I was sent the top right picture and told that that's Trey Healy. It was just weird how I thought they kind of looked alike, and both their names was Trey. But all right, guys, good night. It's 4:30. Holy crap. Everybody have a great Friday. And just one more work day for you normal folk. Good night. So you have a son. That's something to look at. I don't think I think the top right actually just had a baby. So he's young too, but not like that, not like 20 young. All right. Good night, guys.